keep you warm. It's middle of the night. You're getting some snow up here, are you not? Well, I never went up there once. I tell you what, I guarantee you, I learned how to walk on water really quick. Okay, Steve, take care. Enjoy your evening over there. Get your next trip. W6 ISO. Yeah, whiskey, Alpha 6 kilowatt, Tango kilowatt. Double check T6NYC or T6USY. You doing on the band down in the platform?
WB6ISO, K6NYC, good evening.
Sure, Rick. Yeah, competition, this is Emmett, WB6ISO, Whiskey Baker's number 6, India Sugar Potion. And then that's continued to relay about 15 miles north of Sacramento, over. Oh, hi, Mike. Yeah, long time no hear. Yeah, this is an Eddie. It starts at 7:30. I'm just a little bit ahead of time, but I got some other people on me. They're trying to get them checked in a little bit early before they actually get started. But, you're on the right frequency. And Sunday evenings here at 144, 240, and also on Wednesdays in the same frequency and same time, over. Yeah, you might as well. And now, let me ask you something real quick here, Mike. I can't remember. You do have a horizontal antenna over there, is that correct, or are you on vertical? Yeah, it might make it a little difficult for Mike or them guys to hear you down there, but 20 to 30 unit accumulation between the vertical and horizontal. But I can try to get you checking into this. I think they're going to need to have a Bozo number here. Okay, well, if you decide you want to get a Bozo number, just let me know and we'll try to get you fixed up with a Bozo number, okay?
WB6ISO K6MYC.
I hear you, Mike. You're right there. If you would, stand by one. Yeah, okay, Mike, very good, okay. Getting a hold on antenna will certainly help out the situation. Okay, Mike, stand by. The control operator of the frequency is aboard down there. Good evening, Mike, K6MYC, WB6ISO. How copy?
I'm fine, Dennis. I need to know the call sign of the station you're talking to. Over.
Yes, you move your antenna up this way, Mike. I hear you, but not real good. Can you just, I got some check-ins for early check-ins, so get out of the way for you. If you get a chance to come up this way, be greatly appreciated.
I'm pointed right at you, Dennis. It's just band condition.
Okay, I can hear you fine now. No, I can hear you fine. If you could hear me, I got some check-ins for you. The station I was just working with, his name is Mike. I forgot to get his call written down. He's in Citrus Heights, and he's running on the whole vertical, but he has no Bozo number at this time, but he will get one eventually. Anyway, a pleasant good evening to you, and if you're ready, I will give you some early check-ins, over.
Well, give me Mike's call sign first, please.
Well, let me go back to him first because he didn't have it. Mike, what's your call one more time? Mike in Citrus Heights. Okay, Alpha Delta 6 Charlie, Quebec. Okay, and that's Mike. He is in the Citrus Heights area, and he does not have a Bozo number at this time. Did you want to get a Bozo number, Mike, over? Okay, very good. Okay, we stand by there. Just stand by. And we'll see if we can't get you picked up with a Bozo number. So, okay, Mike, K6MYC WB6ISO. Okay, his name is Mike. Call Alpha Delta 6 Charlie, Quebec. QTH is in the Citrus Heights area. He would like to get a Bozo number, over.
Roger. Now he's vertically polarized. How much power is he running?
Let me double check. He's vertical polarized. Mike, how much power are you running, over? 50 watts, Mike, over.
Okay. Well, I'm not hearing a trace of him. That's funny. Normally I can hear the guys that are running 50 watts even if they're vertical. But I can't hear a trace of him. Maybe it's very low or something. Anyway, in a few minutes, when Rob gets here. Rob, are you here?
Roger. His number would be 1117.
Okay, Bozo number for Mike and in Citrus Heights is 1117. 1117, over.
Okay, very good. Very good. I got it here, and good evening to you, Rob, if you're copying down there. Good evening, Rob. Thank you. Okay, Mike, AD6 Charlie, Quebec, your Bozo number, if you're ready, is right over. Okay, your Bozo number is 1117. 1117, over. There you go. Now you got your Bozo number. Okay. Alrighty, Mike, thank you very much for that, and a pleasant evening to Rob down there as well. If you're ready, I will give you these other early check-ins. You let me know if you're ready.
I'm ready. I've already written in NA N1 PPP and KA60SX. Go from there.
Okay. And we also have 199 K6ER if Mr. Russ would like an early check-in, if you can, please. And we also have KD6EUBX, that's Sean, number 233. And we also have Larry, N6 Bravo X-ray, 782. Yeah, 782. And then we have, let me see here, Jay, that's K6 Lima Bravo Papa. And that number is 1101. 1101. And last but not least, I just got a call from Mr. Steve. He's at his vacation house vertically. WA6 kilowatt Tango kilowatt number 103. Over.
I missed his number. 8 KTK. What was his number?
KTK 103.
Oh yeah, 103. Okay. That's Steve, right?
Yeah, that is Steve, yeah. And I think that's all we got. And, of course, I'm Bozo 86, and I really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. And hope everything's doing fine for you down there. The 220 radio making noise in the background. And I would like to say good evening to Ron down there, or Aaron. I don't know which way you go with that. I'm not sure if he wants Ron or Aaron. K6USY, WB6ISO.
Yeah, good evening, Dennis. WB6ISO, KM6SRR.
Yeah, a little bit of wind coming out this evening up here. I can hear you not too terribly strong. But anyway, I did want to say a pleasant good evening to you, and I hope everything's doing fine for you down there as well. Okay, I'm going to get out of the way. I know Mike is going to get set up and heading down to the Southland down there. Mike, I appreciate coming up there early and taking the check-ins, and hopefully you're staying warm and everything's fine for you down there. Over.
Yeah, Dennis, before you leave, you said something that I did not copy about WA6KTK. We haven't heard him for a long time. Is he off somewhere else operating portable someplace, or what's going on with Steve? Over.
Yeah, he's got a cabin up in the hills. I know he's at 2,000 foot where he's at. He's on a portable antenna. And so he's been spending some time up there. So that's where he's at the present time. And he indicated he had some kind of good-looking redhead that was coming in to give him a back rub. Over.
Oh, I feel so sorry for him.
Yeah, I thought you would.
Okay. Very good. Well, thanks for all the check-ins. Got a good list going there. I was listening to you. I hear you no matter what you're doing when you're pointed the other way. So I had to come way up before I could get your attention from when you were talking with Mike and Citrus Heights there. Quite stunned that I couldn't even find a trace of him. But maybe if I pointed in a different direction, I might get a bounce on him. Anyway, you didn't give me an idea on Mike, but maybe he's talking about getting a horizontal antenna at some point in time. That would be nice. Thank you, Dennis. And 73s, thanks for also checking Russ in. I guess Russ has got something going on this evening, and he can't get in here later, right?
Yeah, perhaps he did something going on there. Yes, and Mike is planning on getting a hold of him antenna. I did pass along the information that he might want to get a hold of him squared down there to get him fixed up a pretty decent antenna. So I'm sure he's got that information. Do me a favor, Mike, stand by. There was somebody else that just broke in there that maybe wanted to either get directly to you or wanted an early check-in. Let me check and see which it is. That other station, go ahead now.
Yeah, W6EF, number 513.
Yeah, okay, that Dennis, DDN, yeah, okay, 513. Well, you should be able to, Mike, directly there, Dennis, no problem at all. Go ahead.
Yeah, I hear Mike fine. That's this way direction. W6DEN, I don't think Mike's turning running with power.
Kilo Golf 6, Charlie Echo Fox.
Mike, are you copying W6DEN?
Yeah, but he got covered up, so I didn't hear what he said. Stand by, Daryl. Let's try again, Dennis. I can move the antenna a little bit more in your direction here. Let me go a little further your way. I should hear you. I heard you say you're running low power, but we're copying you. But just as you were telling me what was going on there, we thought you'd have the moon bounce array going months and months and months and months ago. We haven't heard you for 5 or 6 months. So I wonder if you've had some problems there. Anyway, good evening to you, and Happy New Year. W6, is it W6, not WA6 or WB6? I think it's W6 Delta Echo November, K6MYC, over.
Yeah, okay, very good, Mike. K6MYC, W6DEN. I got a little bit of power now. Oh, no, just the technical difficulties and things that kind of get in front of the line. You know how that goes. But everything's good here in Auburn, and I wanted to check in number 513 QSL.
Yep, gotcha. We got you all okay, and no problem at all with or without the power, but you're very loud now, over.
Okay, well, I put a little bit of power in the circuit here. Okay, very good. We'll continue on with the net, and I'll try and check in more often, and we'll chat later on, okay?
Yeah, and there's another guy not too far from you, WA6 Lima, Oscar Lima, that started doing a little moon bounce right now. He's got 413 element Cushcrafts, but he's putting up 4 XP32s that he purchased from me a while back, and he's just in the process of getting them going. So you're going to have some competition there. You better get going. Anyway, that's WA6 Lima, Oscar Lima. His name is Dave. You'll probably hear him on here tonight if you stick around.
Yeah, I'm here, Mike. Okay, very good. QSL, Mike. Well, I'll listen for him. WB6, laugh out loud. I'll see how close he is, and maybe I'll have to put in a couple of filters to keep his signal out of my rig.
Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, hi, this is WA6LOL, goofing around. I'm on moon time, so I'm on moon bounce just about every night. Anyway, I didn't get your call. I just turned my radio on here.
Did you copy that, Dennis?
No, he's down in the mud. I could hear him, but I didn't know what he said.
Oh my goodness! And you're in Auburn, right?
That's correct.
And he's in not Twain Harte. Where are you, Dave?
Sonora. Let me switch antenna.
Sonora. He's going to turn toward you. He's running 2,500 watts. You should have heard him no matter where he was pointed, Dan. W6 Delta Echo November, W6DEN in Auburn. Listen for WA6 Lima, Oscar Lima. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, WA6DEN, I think, WA6LOL. I'm turning the antenna up that way right now. I'm at about 270, and I'm coming around here. It should be around, I think Sacramento is around 300 degrees somewhere here. Right about there somewhere, I think. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah. You got to go further. He's in Auburn.
Oh, okay. Well, let me go further here. There. That's about Auburn right there, I think.
About it, Dan. You got ears?
No, negative. I could hear a little bit in there, but I don't hear him. I'll look him up on QRZ and shoot him off an email, then we'll chat that way.
Well, there's something wrong. He's hearing you fine.
No, I really don't hear him. I'm hearing everybody else.
Hey, Dennis?
Just give a 10-second more transmission, and he can swing the antenna a little bit more, and maybe you can get the peak. He may have you in a null. Give a little longer time, Dan. W6 Delta Echo November, K6MYC, over.
Okay, I'll do that. Mike, K6MYC, W6 Delta Echo November in Auburn. And I got my antenna pointed right down to you, but I've got a little bit of terrain between me and you, and it's always been the case, of course. should be hearing LOL, but I certainly don't. WB6LOL, do you copy W6DEN? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's a good spot right there. Can you hear me now?
Are you running your normal 1500, Dave?
I am, yeah. I'm putting out full 1500 right now into this antenna that's very low, and it's not very good. You know, I'm down in a hole to avoid noise, so I can't aim it at 320 degrees very well because it kind of goes into a pile of dirt.
Dennis, Den, how much power are you running?
I'm running a kilowatt here.
He's running 1500, so he's hearing you fine. There's something wrong there, Den.
Well, I just don't know what that is. Well, we'll check on things. We did have some mechanical issues here. The wind's been real heavy at times, but I think the antenna system is in pretty good shape.
When you don't hear Dave, you're just not hearing well at all. I can hear him in every direction, no matter whether he's pumping into a pile of dirt or not. Why don't you turn it into the pile of dirt, Dave, and just go right toward Auburn, if you know what that heading is. Do you know what your 6-digit grid square is, Dan?
Mike?
Yeah, go ahead, Dennis.
Yeah, let me ask you a quick question here, Dennis. Do you want to go down to 215 here in a couple of minutes, and maybe Dave LOL could go there? I'll move down there, and we'll see if we can establish you guys making a contact. But I would ask if you could do me one favor, Mike. We got JR up here, and he put up a new horizontal antenna, and he's up in the Pollock Pines area, and I was wondering if you might be able to hear him directly over.
Yeah, but you were fluttering badly. What's it called? Something JR?
Yeah, I was going to see if JR was there and see if he put up a new horizontal antenna in the Pollock Pines area and wanted to see if he could contact you directly. JR, are you there? I don't hear him at this particular time there, Mike, so I won't keep you there. And this DEN, I will catch you on 144.215, so we won't hold up the net here, so that we'll let Mike go ahead and go on, and LOL, if he wants to go there, we'll see if we can't figure out why you guys haven't made a contact.
That's all right. Let's see if we can do it now. Dave, did you turn the antenna a little bit more?
Yeah, Mike, we're going to kill us way down to 215, so we won't hold up the net here for you. I appreciate it, and tell LOL to go there. We'll see if we can't establish some kind of a contact. WB600.
Just hang on, guys. They're going to make the contact here, or they're not going to make it. So go ahead, Dave. Did you move the antenna, Dave?
I did, yeah. I'm back up on the big antenna, which is off the back. I hear Dennis better on this big antenna off the back. If I could just get either my phone number or my email address is good on QRZ, I would really enjoy, getting somebody else that's into EME local here.
Okay. They also want you to go down to 215 if you want to do that, over.
Yeah, I'm going to stay here for the net, but if I could pass along the fact that he can contact me on my QRZ, I'm good there. That would be great.
Yeah. Dan, just, his email address is okay on QRZ.com, and everything's fine there. And
thanks, Mike. W6DEN.
Yeah, okay. I just can't believe you can't hear him. By the way, Dave, in the morning, when they ship in the morning, 2 pieces of tubing heading your way, one that will make the connection between your iron mast and extend up about 2 feet, and another short extension will get you up another 2 feet of 2 inch. So it'll be on its way tomorrow, over.
Oh, great. Okay, let me know and I'll ship you a check. So, Dennis, or not Dennis, but the guy in Auburn, are you copying me on this antenna? All right, I guess not. Okay, well, he'll contact me on QRZ, and I appreciate it. Let me know what shipping is on that mic, and I'll send you some.
Don't worry about it. It'll be on the box, probably. wouldn't worry about it at this point. Okay, let's see. Let me see. I got KG6 Charlie Echo Fox and several others now that want to check in. So hang on just a second, guys. Let me get my log caught up. What's the date today, Rob?
1824 Zulu.
Okay, very good. I had 1-8. I just wanted to confirm it. Okay, Daryl, up to you. Thanks for standing by while we got that sorted out. You called in, obviously. You weren't hearing either one of them, so you didn't know what was going on there, but I was trying to get two guys that were doing moon bounce, or in the process of getting ready to do moon bounce. I'm trying to get them together here. And they couldn't hear each other. They're only probably 50 miles apart. I can't understand why they can't hear each other. There's something really weird going on there. The KG6 Charlie Echo Fox, and then we'll stand by for others. K6 MYC.
Yeah, I'm here, Mike. I had my hands in the dishwater. Just checking in.
You're not doing the dishes, are you? Just trying to keep your hands warm.
A little of both, actually.
Yeah, it's freezing, isn't it? Bet you had ice this morning, didn't you?
Yeah, my poor old three-legged dog, he went out the front door onto the deck and promptly fell on his face.
That's not funny, but it's funny. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully he's okay. Luckily, they don't have as far to fall as we do.
No. Oh, yeah, he's okay. I feel bad for him sometimes. He was born that way, you know, so he doesn't know the difference.
Yeah, he thinks he's always supposed to have 3 legs. What's the matter with the other dogs? They got extra legs for nothing.
I don't know. He was, you know, when we got him, we were just told he was born that way.
Yeah, probably a thalidomide kid, huh?
He's purebred German Shepherd, one of the long-haired variety. So, yeah, there's no telling.
Well, that's, you know, in the early days, maybe, 30 years ago, that a lot of mothers, something was a thing like the jab, you know, it wasn't thoroughly thought out well, and a lot of women got thalidomide from something. I don't know whether you took it as a pill or as a shot, but that caused a lot of birth defects where people were born without arms and without legs and without part of their extremities. That was a thalidomide baby, over.
Oh, okay, yeah. I have read about that. Well, he's got a 4th leg up front. It's just withered. It's malformed, so he doesn't use it.
Yeah, well, that's the same thing that could have happened with the thalidomide. Sometimes the arm was there, but it was real tiny. You know, just birth defect type stuff, whether it was there at all or just not formed properly. It's a shame, but that's what happens when they put stuff on the market before it's really tested properly.
Roger on that, yes.
Okay.
Well, yeah, it's going to get down in the teens here tonight. Anybody heard anything out of Dave?
No, I haven't heard anything from or about Dave. K6VBG. And he isn't going to the shack when it's this cold, so I think we won't hear from him unless we have to have a call from him or something here. I don't have his number. I don't have anybody's number anymore. Whenever I write numbers down, I lose them, or I can't find the sheet of paper that I put them on and whatever. So I'm really terrible at phone numbers now if I don't get them into my phone real quickly. All right, let's see who else we have here. While you were talking, I swung the antenna to the south.
Little 10-meter check-in that we do for low tide radio, and I just wondered if he was going to be around.
Yeah, again, I don't know. You're closer to him than I am. Maybe you could call him if you have his number.
Yeah, I can, and I will. I'll shoot him a text. Well, anyway, good evening, Mike. Good to talk to you. I just got my wire back up. The T-post I had one end of it tied to pulled out after that rain, but it's down about 3 feet now, so it's not going to come out anymore.
Okay, very good. What were you using that for, HF or 6?
No, HF. 40 meters, 20 meters, 40 meters.
Okay, very good.
13 meters.
I hear some little tiny voices underneath us here, so we better take a listen and see who's all in here. KB6RQU beaming your direction now, Rec K6MYC.
Hey, good evening, Mike. K6MYC. KB6RQU, Bozo 61, listening here, over.
Good evening, Rick. KB6RQU, KM6SRR.
KM6SRR, good evening, Rob. KB6RQU.
Thought I'd give you a shout out while Mike's writing your number down, over.
Okay, super duper.
Yeah, we missed you Wednesday and Thursday night both, so maybe you were tied up. What happened on Thursday?
I'll tell you what, that day completely went by me.
Yeah, sometimes we do lose a day now and then, don't we?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
I don't usually lose the days, but sometimes they're so bad because of everything going wrong. I started out that way today. Everything I touched turned to manure, and even worse. But by the end of the day, I straightened it all out. So it was only half a day of crap, over.
Well, that's better than a full day. Oh, boy. Well, I'm glad you got it worked out.
Yeah, it came out pretty good at the end here, but boy, I'm telling you, in the morning I was just struggling. Everything I touched, I'd put a box down on a flat spot and it would tip over and spill everything. I'd pick it all up and put it on another flat spot and it would tip over again. That kind of stuff, you know. Oh my God, it was just insane. And then I would pick up screws that didn't have the right head. I got a few screws that got into my system that have hex drive instead of Phillips head. And I can't see the difference anymore unless I look real close. And I was trying to drive those, and they damn things would not drive with a Phillips head screwdriver.
Well, I've tried taking some screws out, and they were covered up with stuff. And finally, I figured out it was a hex type. But yeah, I know what you're talking about there. I got some snow here, but not down to my level. It got pretty close. Over.
Yeah, I guess it didn't snow exactly here. We'll have to wait for Frank to check in. And I didn't hear Daryl talk about snow. I got a little rain last night. I got about another quarter of an inch. I didn't know it. Must have fallen real early in the evening, and then it was dry by morning. So I went out and everything was dry, but I went out and looked at the rain gauge real close, and it had crept up above 2 inches by a little bit. Something under a quarter of an inch, but there was noticeable rain. So that was good. But it wasn't snowy. The bushes were iced up. All my bushes that get sprayed in the afternoon and were still damp had turned to ice on the leaves. That'll be good because that'll finally kill or put to bed some of the plants that I should have gone to bed already. My trees haven't even lost all their leaves yet, because we haven't had that hard cold frost. But this will probably do it. This should drive the trees to drop everything they've got now. Anyway, good to hear you, and we'll see if maybe Ben is in there tonight as well. N6SWR in the group K6MYC. Oh, don't hear Ben. Oh, there he is.
SRR. I'm here in Bakersfield. How are you all doing?
I'm fine. Robbie called you.
Yeah, how you doing, Ben? N6SWR, KM6SR. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you doing tonight?
Oh, doing good. Just covering up all the plants that are sensitive. We're supposed to get a freeze tonight, over.
Roger. Our local net is starting now, so I have to bail out. Sorry.
Okay, you got a net starting, you say?
Yeah, our local net is starting right now here in Bakersfield, the club net.
I couldn't get it. What's starting right now, Rob?
He said a club net starting right now there in Bakersfield, over.
A club net. Okay, I guess so. Okay, whatever that is. All right, right, very good. 7-3, Ben. Good evening to you, and Happy New Year if we missed you between now and last week. I think we did mention Happy New Year to you, but I'm not sure if you were there on Sunday night last week. Good evening. M6SWR, K6MYC, clear. Anybody else for the check-ins for the Bozo Net in the San Joaquin Valley or other places? Over.
K6USY, 1079.
Okay, I got you, Aaron, K6USY. Who was the other one?
I'm vertical, K6ORJ in the mobile, 275.
It's Mark, right?
Yes, Roger, it's Mark.
Roger, Mark, very good. K6ORJ/vertical, 275, K6MYC. Good evening. You're doing fine again, and thanks for the consistent check-in. It's unfortunate you're always stuck mobile there, over.
Yeah, I'm working on the, I've got the antenna pulled out. I got the pair holders pulled out, but it's difficult to know. If I know ahead of time, I'm going to get it retuned, but if I know ahead of time, we can carry them or whatever, but it's hard to, with as much steel as I've been swinging through here, it's hard to put them off.
Okay, you must have a high VSWR on the vertical down on this frequency because your audio is going up and down with your radio. I think your radio is shutting down, over.
No, I forgot to lock the VFO. So the vibration, and it's a Jeep, so the vibration spins the dial. Sorry about that. I've got the whole loop pulled out, but I've got to get them tuned on the frequency. So we'll work on that maybe here shortly. But it's hard for me to leave them on permanently because of you've got too much steel up there swinging around with all the antennas on top of the Jeep.
Yes, okay. Well, I might have said the wrong thing. I might have said you were jumping around in frequency. No, you're jumping around in amplitude. Seems like every other word is going up and down, but it might be just fading, or you may have a bad connection to the antenna or something. It's making it difficult copy because every other word is almost inaudible, over.
Okay, I will have to check that. I'll have to check it. I will check that. I will check the connection there and make sure it's good. Thank you. We'll try to get checked in next week. Probably the vibration. It was changing the frequency. This Jeep has a lot of vibration in it, so it's lifted and all that. So and no muffler and almost bad news. K6ORJ 737.
Okay, fine, Mark. K6ORJ Mobile. Yeah, it's jumping all over the place in amplitude. I don't know whether it's the antenna flopping around. Maybe the antenna's flopping and goes into a point where the VSWR changes and then the radio shuts down. I don't know whether it's that or just flopping around and changing the performance of the antenna. But it's all chopped up. Anyway, we got you. We copied. Okay. Good luck with it. Understand about too much metal on top of the roof there. Hope you got doors on that Jeep, buddy. I said, I hope you have doors on the Jeep. It's cold out there.
Oh yeah, no, this is a Grand Cherokee. It's not but it is set up for off-road. We year before last we came across Utah the hard way. 750 miles of dirt and 250 miles of pavement. The opposite of what everybody else would do.
Okay. Very good. Okay, well, 7-3. Thanks for checking in, Mark. K6ORJ and the group K6MYC. Who was the first one? Let me check. Who was the other one that checked in, Ron?
K6USY.
Oh, yeah. K6USY. Sorry about that, Aaron. Good evening to you. You probably noticed I had the radio on since about 5, over.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's up and running, and no worries on taking. You always take the mobiles first. I was actually kind of surprised I could hear Mark a little bit down here, so he was definitely working. He just needs to turn his car over 90 degrees.
Yeah, that would help if he was horizontal, no question. Your signal's not at all very strong this evening. Are you vertical?
At the moment, K6USY.
Okay, I think we doubled. I said your signal is not up to par this evening. Did you switch over to vertical and then forget to go back?
No, I'm on the horizontal loop right now.
Okay, because you're down, but that may be because I'm pointed over toward Bakersfield. All right. Let's see. I don't think there was anything I was going to ask you. I don't think. I just will mention to everyone that we are live streaming tonight, and if anybody doesn't know how to pick up the live stream, I think I mentioned to Jim W6PQL to put the I guess he's already got it on the website, so it's pointless to put any information on how to get on it. All you have to do is go to the Bozo website and follow your nose, and you'll find the Bozo live streaming thing from Central California. No comment, so I guess we're okay. QRZ, Bozo Net, Central Valley, San Joaquin Valley, K6MYC, calling and listening. Boy, missing a lot of check-ins tonight. I got more check-ins from Dennis. Okay, that's the way it is. Then we'll have to go over to a Atascadero. And I don't know what's happening. I thought they would have started the nets in LA, but I'm not hearing anybody down there. Maybe the new net controls don't have antennas down there.
No, the same net controls, I think. We didn't have them on the website, so I had Jim PQL put them on there. I think we just got pretty bad propagation tonight. Over.
Well, possibly. I'm listening very closely. I don't hear a peep. Usually I can hear little rumbles in the background there. I did not hear
saying that they were going to have a net tonight.
What was that again, Aaron?
Yeah, they sent out an email. They were going to have a net tonight.
But they were. It will be a net. There is a net tonight.
That is correct. Roger, roger.
Okay. Yeah, maybe they didn't get any check-ins. I don't know. Anyway, no problem. Let's go over to Atascadero and see if we can wake up Ron and the guys over there. Here we go. I'm pointing over, swinging toward Atascadero. W6QUI. W6QUI. W6QUI, K6MYC, and the Bozo Net, calling and listening.
Okay, Mike, good evening to you. K6MYC, W6QUI, and Eric's in there listening. Hopefully you two can hear each other tonight. Yeah, you were much stronger until you turned your antenna, but you're Q5 here. Over.
You mean I'm not any stronger than I was pointed toward LA?
Okay, you just came up. Did you move it a little?
No, I didn't touch a thing.
Okay, yeah, you're up and down. I think propagation.
I don't see any change on you. You're like in the room with me.
Hey, you're multi-passing where you got the hitting now, but you're steady when you point to LA.
Yeah, that's weird. Okay, well, let's see if we can hear Eric this evening. I don't hear Frank in here tonight. Maybe it's too cold in the shack. Frank worked outside all day trying to unfreeze all his water pipes, and he probably has gotten frozen in the meantime, so maybe he won't be in here tonight. But maybe you can hear Eric if he's there, Rob. KN6EIV, KN6 Echo India Victor at Atascadero, and the group K6MYC.
Mike just called you, Eric. Give him a call anyway.
I don't hear him.
Hear you?
I don't hear him.
Okay, he just called. Did anybody copy Eric over there?
WA60IB, I just barely copied him. I usually can hear him better than that. WA60IB, 226. Yeah, you're in and out, Eric. You're in and out. Propagation's not good tonight, but I do copy a little bit anyway. WA60IB.
Yeah, I don't think he got that. Yeah, he wants you to check him in, Ken, over.
He's always checked in. As soon as we know he's there, we check him in. He doesn't have to worry about that.
Okay, very good. That's funny because you're good here. I've been reading the mail ever since you guys started, and you've been solid here, but Rick hasn't been hearing anything.
You must not have been copying 100% because I said a lot of bad stuff about you. Yeah, no, I was going to, but I thought, no, I'll hold off. He might be able to hear me.
Oh, yeah, I hear you fine when you're pointed north and south and east and almost all directions. So be careful.
Okay. Good evening, Ken. WA60IB. How's Gwen doing? Is she getting over it?
Yeah, she's doing well. The doctor said she can start getting out by about Wednesday, so she's going to hold off going anywhere until Wednesday. So, but other than that, she's doing all right. And of course, I'm back up 100%. I'm feeling great. So, anyway, good evening, all. And yeah, I heard Eric in there pretty good at first, and he slowly faded out. So, but he usually has a much better signal. I can usually hear him. So there's a propagation issue there or something. So, but anyway, Ron, I hear you just fine. You're about 10 over, so you're always good here. W6QUI and the gang, WA60IB.
That must be Eric.
Copy that, Ken. Bill just checked in.
Who's Bill? WRW?
Yes, Roger.
Okay, give me Bill's number. I can just tell he's in there, but not copying.
Now, what's your Bozo number, Bill? Okay, it's 1052. Over.
QSL 1052. Good evening, Bill. Happy New Year, Bill. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Bill.
Are you hearing anybody over there, Bill? Okay, yeah, well, certainly some propagation is kind of moving around tonight. They're hearing that from you and also from Eric there. Anyway, you got checked in. So, yeah, Eric tells me you got new radio to play with. You want to go down to 50 and try it out? Roger. Okay, we're going to QSY, guys. 73's over there. And see you. I won't be here Tuesday. I got a meeting. But we'll catch you Wednesday. Over?
Okay. Listen, ask Bill. You say Bill's not hearing me?
That's correct.
Wow, he does have a receive problem. He's almost Q5 or almost Q3 here. I got call signs and stuff from him, but very, very light, and some QSB comes and goes. But I'm hearing him, and this is 1,500 watts going his way. Over.
Roger. Well, I think he was hearing you occasionally, but signals were up and down, and most of the time they were down, apparently.
Wow. Okay. Well, go down and check out Eric's new radio. What is it?
That's a 706.
You mean a new old radio? Okay. New for him. Very good. 7-3, guys, and we'll see you Wednesday. Understand about nothing going on Tuesday night. 7-3.
Okay, very good, Mike. Yeah, well, he doesn't have his amp on either. I don't know what's going on there. I'll have to talk to him about that. Okay, 7-3's over there. We're going to cue his way down and chat a little bit here.
Roger, 7-3.
B6JNP.
WB6JNP. Good evening, Dane. How are you doing? You're not mobile tonight.
No, I'm actually fixed at home. Everything's fine. Nothing new, and yeah, the mobile rig, it's a 857, so it's just playing around with it, and nothing major.
Yeah, were you running a whole loop on the car?
No, actually, I was running a vertical.
Okay, well, I was hearing you, but it had that sort of vertical characteristic. It was watery. And thin, your audio is thin when you're that way. I don't know whether it's because it's weaker, but it just seems thin, and usually I can tell. So I didn't think you were horizontal. But anyway, no problem. We heard you, and I think we copied you virtually Q5. So thanks for checking in from downtown, I think Fresno, right?
Yeah, actually, I was headed up 41, and so that's when we finally made contact. And I've got a loop for 432, copper loop that I made up, so I can stick that on there. But it was just one of those things. It was a radio that had been sitting around for a long time, developed an issue, so I sent it in, and we think it got all straightened out, but it's doing a few odd things, so it's just more experimentation.
Okay. Well, we have one, or I've had one. I think Matt had an 857, and I spent a little bit of time behind the knob, or in front of the knob, and maybe Ken has too, so if you can pinpoint some of the weirdity things, maybe we can help you with that.
Okay, well, the one thing I noticed was it looked like, to get the thing to tune right, everybody was about 600 kc off frequency, and I couldn't figure that out, but, if I tuned it to where I could hear you, then obviously you could hear me, so it's just, going back through the thing, and like I said, it was just one of the spare radios floating around the shack, and it was time to get it out and get it in the truck and see what's going on.
Yeah, well, if it's reciprocal on receive and transmit on the same frequency, then it's probably just the local oscillator is off frequency and just you could probably bring it back up and get it close again. It's probably just aged in, and that 600 cycle is not you said 600 kilohertz, but I don't think it's off that far. 600 cycles or 600 hertz. That's more normal. But I'm sure you could probably tweak that in if you opened it up.
Yeah, and again, when I had looked at it long ago, I remember it was 600 kilohertz, not 600 hertz, but 600 kilohertz, and I just wasn't quite certain with that, but it seems to work okay. Just the numbers aren't quite right. So I've got the HP counter here with the ovenized time base, and we always keep it calibrated against the GPS system. So it's like I'm not worried about a few cycles, but 6,000 cycles is a bit much.
Yeah, that sounds like the repeater split somehow is tangled up in the readout.
Yeah, and that's, matter of fact, thanks for mentioning that. I hadn't quite thought about that, but, I like radios that have three knobs, band select, frequency select, and final output tuning. All the digital stuff, gets really confusing because they try to do so much with having no real readout or information for it.
Yeah. nice to have the fourth knob for volume control, but otherwise I agree. Maybe you can make the gain control for output and the volume control do the same thing. If you push in, it's gain. If you pull out, it's volume.
Yeah, there you go. Well, I was thinking about in terms of the old days when transmitters and receivers were two separate items, and you would call CQ and then you would actually tune to find somebody.
Yeah. I had a Gonset Goonie bird at one point in time. You call CQ on that thing, and you could tune the whole 4 megahertz band with a sweep of the knob. It was funny. You could tune the whole band, so you never knew who was going to come back to you, or where they were. And so you'd call CQ, and then you'd swing your knob from one end of the dial to the other, from 144 to 148, and listen for answers. Whoop-de-doo, huh?
Yeah, no kidding. Well, my first 2-meter rig was a converted SCR 522, and I think I owned 1 or 2 crystals that got me in the technician part of the band back in those days. Then the receiver was a National 300 with the National 2-meter and 6-meter down converters. And so, you know, it was really kind of fun. But, you know, nowadays it's like if people don't come back to you on the same frequency, who goes looking?
Yeah, I mean, if you're off, I was off 40 cycles the other morning, and the guy said, Mike, you got to get on frequency, or you sound a little funny. 40 cycles.
Decode convert.
What was that?
You know, that's something I've been really pushing over the years on the education side is, you know, we give you the ability to resolve some frequency down to the 100th of a cycle, and people think that there's something wrong if you're, you know, 50 cycles off frequency, and it's called tune for it, or how did that get started? It all has to do with the time base, either in the radio or in that device that you're using. So, yeah, you know, I'm still sort of back on the old, you know, learn how the basics work.
Yeah, for sure. Somebody else had a comment. Who was that? Somebody else had a comment. Go ahead. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it was you. I may have been doubling with you. Okay, let you go, Dane. Good to chat. Thank you. And we'll keep going here. I'm going to come up to the Bay Area here and see if the guys in Monterey are there.
Okay, 73 is Mike. WB6JMP, course call.
73. Okay, coming up to Monterey. There's Monterey, give or take. We'll see if we can get WA6LIE or W6 toasted peanut butter in here. W6TPB or WA6LIE, K6MYC, calling and listening.
Okay, very good. Good evening to the Mike. I'll copy. Trying to get over here, WA6LIE.
I hear you, Scott. Not real strong, but I hear you. You're Q5 in there. I'll wiggle the antenna on your next transmission, and you can tell me whether you've heard Steve in this marina station they're on or not. Over. Yeah, it is. I guess 6 has been pretty dead. The other bands have been sort of there. One day to the next, you never know what you're going to get. It's very funny. But anyway, I don't think we're getting any MUF that's going to trigger 6-meter stuff in this latitude anyway. Anyway, have you heard WB6TPB yet?
No, negative. It's been quiet over here, over.
Okay, give him a call. He was in here the other night when you were not here, I could not hear him, but he was on 432, and he checked in through Tom, KW6S. Over.
Okay, copy that. Well, I wasn't here on Wednesday, so I missed the schedule mic over.
Okay, yeah, you changed frequency, but you got very loud. What did you do?
Yeah, I bumped the vehicle a little bit. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Signal will have to work on that mic over.
Well, you might have bumped the BFO, but you got really loud. I mean, it was instantaneous. It was like somebody threw a switch and you put an amplifier on. So you might have an intermittent there, over.
Okay, copy that. I'll do that.
Yeah, you're so weak now I can't even copy.
He's still real high in frequency.
I know he is. He bumped the VFO knob and he's working on it, but that's okay. Apparently TPB isn't there, so let's go up and get Tom. 73, says Scott, and we'll see you Monday night. We'll see you tomorrow night. WA6LIE, K6MYC, going to KW6S.
Copy that, Mike. 73.
KW6S, K6MYC. I don't hear Tom tonight. Maybe he's doing something there, or maybe he's falling asleep at the switch. KW6S, K6MYC, or KB6 Lima Echo Echo, KB6LEE. How about you, Lee? K6MYC.
Roger, Roger, KB6LEE. I'm out here. Yeah, and I did not hear TPB out there either. I believe he's an ER doctor, and I'm pretty sure that he works weekends, so I think it's going to be kind of unusual to hear him on a Sunday.
Okay, yeah. I don't know when to expect him. But anyway, that's interesting. Give me your Bozo number.
1098. The countdown, Bozo.
Yeah, I know, but I always forget who it belongs to.
That's okay. You're allowed.
Yeah, and you are not only allowed, but you're very loud here tonight. Very loud signal. I wish we would even have 1/10 of this signal on 432 from you. Ken, are you copying Lee over there in east of... oh, for heaven's sakes. Well, he's west of Tom. Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, I'm copying Lee real good. I hope you're hearing me, Lee. WA6LIB here.
WA6LIB, KB6LEE. Yeah, I'm hearing you pretty well. I don't know. I've got funny things with the S meter, so the S meter reading isn't very good. Maybe an S2 or something like that. Mike is coming in about S9. But yeah, you're loud and clear.
Yeah, okay. Whereabouts exactly are you? What city or whatever?
Actually, I'm a little bit south of Watsonville, so I'm kind of east. I'm probably 10 or 12 miles east of where Tom is. Pretty much from, if you're somewhere over by Mike, probably pretty much in a direct line.
Okay, yeah, I just I'm trying to get a picture of where you're at, and you've given me two different places, and in my mind they're pretty far apart.
Where are you? What's the little town you're in? And it's east of what?
Well, I'm east of Santa Cruz, almost due east of Santa Cruz, and the little area name is Royal Oaks, but it's about 2 miles south of Watsonville.
All right, yeah, I got a good idea where you're at now. 2 miles south of Watsonville. That pins you down pretty good. Well, you got a good signal here anyway.
Yeah, all right. You're coming in pretty fine here. And Mike, by the way, I'm assembling all of the parts that I need to build an 8-element Quaggy for 432. and probably won't be on it by Thursday, but maybe by the following Thursday I might have all of that stuff all put together and tested and up on the pole and running that.
Oh, very good. Very good. That'll be good. You just have an amazing signal from where you are. You must be far enough back from the hills there that you're not being blocked. And if you are, you're getting a good knife edge into me anyway. Over.
Yeah, actually I'm in kind of a unique location. I'm on top of one of those little sand dunes that comes out of the Pajaro Valley, so I'm 300 feet above the valley floor, 350 feet above the valley floor, and it's just a very small section that I'm sitting on top of, so I'm kind of like sitting on top of a 300-foot tower.
Now that's a good place to be.
Well, it seems to work fairly well. I've managed to do all kinds of good stuff on HF, and I'm amazed at what I can do here on 2 meters. And I'm just running stock power. I'm totally barefoot.
Yep. No, it's doing good. Doing good. Rob, you want to say hello to Lee over there?
I can just hear him in there with the noise there. How you doing, Lee? KB6LEE, KM6SRR.
KM6SRR, yes. I barely hear you too. So yeah, we're not quite squeaking it out there, but sounding okay. I can hear you.
Yeah, I got most of it, but I'll turn it back to you, Mike. KM6SR.
He said he can barely hear you also, but he got most of it. Very good, Lee. Thank you. Lee and Ken both running kilowatts, so you should hear them easy.
K6MYC, I'm sorry about that. KB6LEE. Good luck.
Okay, 7-3.
Hey, Lee?
Yes, sir?
Yeah, I'm still having difficulty with the prefix of your call. Is it Kilo Delta 6?
Kilo Bravo 6. Kentucky Bourbon number 6.
Okay, KB6. All right, thank you.
Roger, Roger. 7-3.
And you may not have Ken's call either. I thought you said WA6LIB. No, it's OIB, Ocean India Bravo, Old Indian Blanket.
Oh, Roger, Roger. Yeah, I did copy that down wrong. Sorry about that. 7-3, KB6LEE.
Okay, phonetics are always good, guys. Okay, good night. And let's go into the Bay Area and see who we got.
KB6BA.
KB6BA. Good evening, Oliver. How are you?
Good. Bit chilly today, but got a nice hike in. And I have projects to keep me busy until the next rain, which will probably be a few days. K6MYC, KB6BA.
Okay. Well, we had a little rain last night, I guess. I got about maybe an 1/8 to 3/16 of an inch. It wasn't much. Ken, did you get rain last night?
Sure did. Yeah, about 3/10.
Okay.
I got about 4/10, KM6SRR.
Yeah, well, I don't know what I got here. I guess if I could read my gauge better. Since I cleaned it, when I cleaned it with soap and water, it almost washed all the readouts off of it, all the numbers. So I can't see the markings very well. I can see the big number 2, but I can't see the line that it represents, so that's why I'm struggling with that. But it's a little bit more rain than I had the day before, though. So we did get a little rain overnight, but it was very dry this morning. I didn't think we got any. It must have happened very early, and then it dried out or froze up or something. But we did get a little water, so that was nice. Anyway, let's see, who else do we have in the Bay Area? K6MYC Bozo Net. WB6JNN. Good evening, Jim. Let me get up on you a little bit. Give me a little more chatter.
You talking to me, WB6JNN?
I am talking to WB6JNN, yes.
Yeah, okay, Mike. There were several others in there. That's why I was asking. Anyway, it's WB6JNN, and you're 5'8" or 9", better than I've seen you a couple of times previously. this winter weather is different for sure than the summer weather. And did get out and fly a plane today. A little bit of wind, not too bad, and but I had a big area to fly in, so I didn't have any problems because no trees. I did help somebody else get an airplane out of a tree, however. Yeah, some of these little ones you get out of Amazon, and they're about $30, and they're a little hard to control sometimes. Only have the prop. You can change the two props, and then you can change them, and that's how you turn. It's not the best system in the world, but anyway, me and his kids were having a lot of fun. Anyway, that's it from here, I guess. WV6JNN.
Boy, oh boy, I wouldn't have been flying anything out here today. It was too cold. I was struggling just to get outside and do work. Your wings didn't freeze up, did they?
No, we had some sunshine over here, but it was cold. Yesterday, in fact, it was 32 degrees when I got up and talked to Mel on the radio till 7 o'clock in the morning. And in the afternoon, it was at 47 until about 4 o'clock, and then it got up to 50, and then it went downhill from there. So yesterday was colder than today, but today was definitely on the chilly side. I don't think we ever got it beyond 50, 55 degrees.
Well, yeah, I didn't get anywhere near that here. When you talk to Mel in the morning, what frequency do you use, and would you tell him to, or ask him why he has never checked in here? He says he's got everything up and functional, but he just never seems to check in, over.
Oh, I don't know. I can ask him that question, however, but I know he's listened a few times. That's, who knows? Anyway, yeah, we're at, let's see, 3785, I think it is. It's just below the DX band portion there.
Oh, okay. What time? About 1600, 1700?
It's 7 o'clock in the morning.
7 o'clock? That's the middle of the night.
7 o'clock in the morning is not the middle of the night.
It's still dark at my house.
Well, yeah, and the band's pretty good in the wintertime.
Hell with that.
I don't know what to tell you guys. I don't always get up, believe me.
Tell Mel to work me when I'm up above the covers here, around 7:30 in the evening here.
I hear you. Yeah, well, the cats get me up anyway, but I often go back to sleep and don't get up till after 7:30. So that sometimes I don't make it, but a lot of times I do get up because the cats have been up, and so I'm up.
My alarm clock's name is Blackie, and he wakes me up at quarter to 8 almost every morning. Some days he didn't make it. Like yesterday, the dogs were in the house, so that disturbs his timing. But normally when we're here alone and there's nobody else in the house but me and the cats, and he gets up on the bed and walks up on my chest and sits there and stares at me.
I'm hungry.
No, get up, you butt. I want to go out.
Yeah, okay, very good. All right, there's more in the area here. I heard several others respond to you.
It's interesting. I didn't hear anybody, and you were so barely awake I hardly heard you. But we got you now. Okay, who are the others for the Bozo Net, K6MYC?
W6PQL. You probably have to move the antenna a little bit for me.
Well, you're okay.
Okay, well, you're about S5 here. My noise level is about a 3. Anyway, good evening to you, and heard everybody via the the live feed when you're over there at in the valley. None of those guys I could hear except for Rob occasionally, and of course Ken. But all Q5 listening to live feed, so that's very useful. I was going to sleep before that happened. K6MYC W6PQL.
Yeah, I'm glad you're making use of it and being able to hear the other parts of the conversation, particularly with people like Dane. WB6JNP used to work in high-end electronics in the LA area, very talented guy. WB6JNP, and has lots of stories about work and people that he worked with and so on. And then there's always other people that have interesting comments. Were you able to hear the mobile and K6ORJ that was vertical?
Yeah, I did hear him, sure. Through the live feed I did.
Okay. Yeah, on the stream. Yeah, you wouldn't have been able to hear him otherwise. Okay. Well, that's good. It gives you a chance to keep up with who we can talk to and who we're talking to and what the subject matter is and why we're wasting so much time on the net. Over.
Yeah, right. Well, I don't bother turning the volume up until maybe 10 minutes to 8, prior to the live feed. But now that that's in there, it's a big help.
Okay. Well, the app worked perfectly the other night on 222. I guess you were in there.
I've got 222 transverter on, but, I thought maybe we'd do a quick radio check after the net. But sounds like you're all set. You don't need to do that.
Oh, I guess I haven't had it on for a net yet. I guess that's what it is. I've had it on twice. I worked Bill up there in Sacramento. I thought I had it on for somebody else. I thought I had it on for a net, but maybe not.
Yeah, that's tomorrow night. And I heard 775 in there also. Don't know if he's still here. 775, are you still here? No, he's not still here, but he was there earlier.
773 here, WA6AXX, no traffic.
What do you know? He remembered his number.
Oh, it's an easy one.
Yeah, good evening, Ed. I'm just getting you written in here. That's why I'm not talking. Anyway, what's new on your hilltop?
It's cold. It's about 40 degrees. Yesterday we had about 1/4 of an inch of rain. No rain today, a nice day today, just cold.
Yeah, well, we had about 2 hours of sunlight today. It came up real beautiful. I thought it was going to be a gorgeous, clear day. And then I went outside at about 11 o'clock, and it was socked in. It was so thick of fog, I couldn't even see the barn.
Yeah, do you get fog often?
No, I wasn't. I guess what we would say it wasn't fog. I was in the clouds. And then that burned off by about 1 o'clock or 1:30, and I got sunlight for about 2 hours. And then it was intermittent. And then the sun finally went down. When the sun did go down at 5 o'clock, I went out to water the lawn, and I noticed that the sun was still visible, just going down at 5 o'clock here, just going below the hills. So it probably wasn't quite sunset by another 5 minutes, but for me it was sunset.
Yeah, sometimes here we're in a cloud. So sometimes we're in a cloud, and then often in the morning the valley will be filled with low clouds and fog. And so looking out over the valley, it looks like pillows. Kind of like, not unusual to see from an airplane, but that's our view here of the valley. Sometimes it's just kind of filled in with pillows.
Yeah, and that's a beautiful sight. I've seen that many times. We used to get that when I worked at Stanford. Of course, it was up on the hill, and we could look across the whole Santa Clara Valley and back toward the East foothills, and it would all be pillows. Very good. Yeah, it's a great sight. It's better when it's down there rather than when it's up around you.
Yeah, we get sunshine early during the summer. Clears up if there are any clouds at all. It's basically we can see the sunrise.
Yeah, that's good. Alrighty. Well, let's see who else we have in here. There may be a few others. KB6 Whiskey Fox Charlie. We have you in here, Mike. If you're listening, we got you checked in. Anybody else? K6MYC Bozo Net.
AB6SR.
AB6SR. The Merlot Man, K6MYC. Good evening.
Good evening, Mike. AB6SR here. Yeah, just as Ed was saying, we had about 1/4 of an inch of rain
It was a cold night. All the threes by the looks of it on the machine here. 33.3 last night. That was our coldest night for the year, and it looks as though it could be just the same today, this evening.
Yeah, I don't know what our air temperature was, but I noticed we had ice on the little foliage around the pool.
A bit sleepy. Nearly fell asleep this evening, which would be normal. Anyway, back to you. Nothing new here. K6MYC, AB6SR.
Okay, I doubled with you just for a few seconds there. I thought you stopped. Anyway, good evening, and a good signal as always. And I had, what I said was when I broke over you, was I said that the little foliage and shrubbery we have around the pool gets wet because the sprinkler system comes on about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was wet left over from that. And that was frozen. All the leaves were frozen. Well, that's a good thing because I needed to kill some of the stuff that needs to die off in the wintertime and get pruned back, and everything has been still a Mexican chenille and other plants that normally are gone by this time are still making flowers. So I'm anxious to have them cut back. They're looking pretty ragged, and I normally cut them back and make them look clean, and they're ready for the new shoots coming out in the spring, but they haven't even stopped making flowers yet. The Mexican chenille makes a purple flower. I call it my hummingbird feeders. Makes thousands of little flowers on each stem. But boy, they're tough. They didn't want to go down easy this year. AB6SR, good to hear you, Stan. Thank you. K6MYC.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's plenty of flowers here. The gazanias are out during the day. And as you say, quite a lot of blue flower stuff, creepers and stuff like that. And of course the weeds. So I'll be out with a Dutch hoe again tomorrow and knock a few of those off. Anyway, let's see who else is in the Bay Area, if there's anybody. And talk to you again soon. K6MYC, AB6SR 807. See ya.
Yeah, what is a Dutch hoe?
A Dutch hoe is a push hoe instead of a one that you draw. It's almost like it's a straight blade at the end of a pole, and you just push it, which cuts the top off the weeds. And I've been using it for years and years and years. Normal hoe is one that you draw, of course, draw backwards, but that takes too much effort. So Dutch hoe, you just push it over the weeds, push it forwards and back again, forwards, back again, and it just chops the weeds. It chops the light weeds down very easily. Does that make sense?
Yeah, is it a loop cutter?
Yes, it's like a. Yeah, I suppose it's a loop. It's straight at the front, and yeah, at about an angle of 70, 80 degrees or so.
Yeah, that's not what I'm thinking of, no. And we have a thing out here in Fresno called a hula hoe. Isn't that what we call them, Ken? They're all over. Everybody has them here. The hula hoe for cutting the weeds in Fresno, right?
Oh, yeah, I've got a couple of them.
Isn't that what we call them here, hula hoes?
That's exactly what we call them, yeah, because they do the hula.
Yeah, they have a circular cutting blade. The bottom of the blade is sharpened on both forward and back. It's about 1 inch wide, but it's parallel with the ground. And then its sides come up to about 3 inches where the handle, and then they bend backward toward the center where the handle is. And it kind of has a little bit of a loose joint there on purpose. So when you push the hoe forward, it turns the blade downward into the ground slightly, just slightly. So you cut the weed off below the ground just slightly. And if you miss it and go over it, you can pull backwards and catch the weed the same way. So both the forward and the leading edge of this, forward and trailing edge of the blade is sharp, or it should be. It's better if it's sharp. It's hard. Doesn't cut much weeds if it's not sharp. They're quite springy and quite tough, but in Fresno. It's apparently the soil here and the way the texture is on the surface, it's perfect, and everybody has hula hos.
Yeah, I know that hoe as well, but if you look up Dutch hoe, you'll see it does the same thing, but different shape.
Okay, very good. Well, I'm always looking for something that does a good job. I've got one that rides on my tractor, my ATV all the time, so I can use that. I have a rake, I have a shears, I have 4 chainsaws, a hammer, a pipe wrench, and a crowbar. All those things reside on the ATV at any given time, along with a lot of rope. So I got capability to do about anything you need to do. Anyway, that's my story. Anyway, good evening, Stan. Let's see who else do we have in the Bay Area before we move on. K6NYC going very slow tonight.
Whiskey Bravo 6, Whiskey November India.
Okay, WB6WNI, I believe. Is that right?
That is correct, Mike. I just been monitoring and listened to all the gardening tips, and this, Whiskey Bravo 6, Whiskey November India, Gary, 1090, and you're coming in extremely well tonight.
Yeah. Okay, very good, Gary. Well, you're doing well here, too. I'm not having any trouble copying you. You're not very strong, but you're for EQ5, so that's the main thing. And thank you for checking in. You're starting to be a regular here. And I have kind of a team of 5 to 8 people that I know are going to check in or should be checking in. But you'll be joining that if you keep checking in regularly like this. That way I remember everybody's number and name. But good to hear you. And I imagine you had about the same weather conditions as everybody else. A little rain and quite cold. Over.
Oh, yes. A little rain, no rain today. It was 35 this morning, but it's getting cold again. But with my in-laws in Alaska, when I say 35 is cold, I have to be very careful. So, but Mike, I don't have much else. I do have it other than a question, and that is, do any of these guys around here get on this frequency during the day? I'm just interested in hearing what's going on during the daytime, but I tune in and I hear nothing. So I don't know whether it's just for the net, but I do tune in other than this hour. So I'm just curious, have you noticed any activity other than during the net?
Well, yes and no. There might be certain times of the year when things are coming up, like contests and other things. There may be some activity here, but not normally. Most of the time, people use other frequencies for their chats. The normal frequency, the international calling frequency or the national calling frequency on 2 meters is 144-200. And if anybody's going to get on just randomly, they probably, unless they forget, they wouldn't come up here. They would get on 144-200. But even that frequency has gone very quiet. But if you're going to monitor somewhere with a squelch on or off, you should monitor 144-200. Over.
QSL, Mike. I've done both, and I understand winter field days coming up, so maybe there'll be some activity after all. Anyway, Mike, I'm going to let you move on to somebody else, but it was great talking with you. I'll try Wednesday night. Can't promise that I'm teaching during night, so it depends whether I can get out fast enough. Anyway, Mike, 73, 36W9.
Okay, what town are you in and where do you teach?
I teach here in San Jose, West San Jose area.
What college?
Oh, no, this is high school.
Oh, okay, so you're teaching high school, but you should be home by 7:30 usually, right?
That is correct, unless there's somebody that needs extra special help.
Yeah, I gotcha. Okay. Very good. Well, we'll look forward to hearing you regularly here. What are you running for power and antennas right at the moment, Gary?
I'm running the Yaesu 847. I've got it cranked up to 50 watts, and right now it's still the
so the 13 LBA is up there, but it's vertically polarized?
That is correct, and I have the other antenna, and Mike UFO is going to help me with it, and as soon as we test it out, I'll mount it, and it will be horizontal.
Okay, yeah. Well, the 13 LBA would be a better choice for horizontal and put the other one vertical, unless you're really trying to reach out a long ways. But the 13 LBA even, well, it does cover the whole band. It's really optimized for 144 to 146. I designed it, so I know. But it's good antenna. But it would be better to put that one horizontal, but maybe it doesn't fit your scheme of things and/or your physical limitations there. What is the other antenna? How many elements? What's the boom length roughly?
Well, the other antenna is 8 elements. It's 14 feet long, and strangely enough, it looks like, and this is what Mike's going to confirm, it looks like it was also designed to go from 144 to 146.
Okay. You don't know what the brand is, though, huh?
Well, we were joking about it, the one with the turkeys, and that was the Telonic, the RA4B, but this is not their off-the-shelf. I think this was a custom design. I got it from a ham years ago who apparently didn't want it anymore. But it apparently was custom designed for 144 to 146.
Okay, well, on the 14-foot boom, it's going to do pretty good. The 13 LBA, of course, I think is 20. What is that? 21 feet? 28 feet?
It is 22 feet. I know. Yes, a nice long 22 feet.
Yeah, again, it'll have a little more gain than the one you have, even though they're both optimized. But it doesn't matter. The 8 element's going to perform well for you. But 8 elements on a 14-foot boom. We make a 9 element on a 14-foot boom, so that one is pretty narrow. It won't have a lot of bandwidth, but probably got a couple megahertz in it. All right, we'll look forward to hearing it on one of these days when Mike has a chance to help you out with that. Thanks very much, Gary, and that'll help a ton with your signal. You're readable now vertical, but it's marginal. And I'm really having to listen closely for every syllable. Hi. Take care. WB6WNI, K6MYC. Good evening.
Good evening, Mike.
Anybody else in the Bay Area? K6MYC, Bozo Net. Okay, I think we've already got Russ here, K6 ERF, K6 Echo Romeo Fox. Russ has already checked in. How about KE6QR, KE6QR? Are you here, Gary? Nothing from Gary. Anybody? How about N6RO, N6 Radio Oscar?
Yes, K6MYC, N6RO 835. Not starting to recover from the overnight contest, but I'll do my best.
Yeah, there was some kind of a, what was it, teletype, or what was that one that was on the whole bottom of the band with multiple signals over?
Yeah, it was the RTTY Roundup, ARRL sponsored contest, 30 hours. And we won our division, the multi-multi, and the second highest score in the whole contest. So we're happy with it. Just under 3,000 QSOs. And all the bands were good, particularly the high bands. And I did the low band stuff, so I had to overnight, as usual. Bed at 9 this morning. So that's all I have for now. We'll see you tomorrow on other bands, N6RO.
Okay, we'll be sure to take a nap tomorrow sometime and try to catch up some more. Yeah, that was every time I looked at the band, every band I was on, every time I looked down there, man, it's just tons of signals, and everybody had huge signals. So the bands were very good. It wasn't marginal at all, from what I could tell. Congratulations on the wonderful score, Ken. Over.
Yeah, thank you. Well, we all had a good time. There were 4 of us operating. We didn't have full coverage in the early morning hours. I had to do 2 bands on a single band radio because I didn't want to disturb the SO2R station from our what that was used by our lead operator, Dave WD6G, who made over 1,600 contacts out of our total of 3,000.
Wow, that's outstanding. On what bands mainly?
Well, he did mostly the high bands, 10 and 15. 15 was our best band. It had, what do we have, about over 800 on 15 and over 600 on 10.
Wow, yeah, I saw 15 just cranking. We were working long path 20 in the mornings with the ZS boys, and then we went over to 15 twice, Saturday and Sunday both. Sunday was pretty pukey. Signals were only about S1 from South Africa to me. A little better up north, but Saturday was better. I've got 2 15-meter beams up now, one for the shack and one for the barn here, so I can get on either one, but the barn doesn't seem to work as well. They're about the same, but the other one's higher, at least higher in the sense that it's up on a better drop-off. It's only 25 feet up. I just got it clamped on the side of the tower, fixed towards South Africa, so it's not very flexible, but it's functional until I decide where else to put it. Anyway, that's what we did, and then we also found 20 meters was wide open yesterday on the short path in the morning, and all the way up through 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Today it was dead as a stone, so who knows. Anyway, good deal. Thanks for the feedback on the contest. Rest up, and we'll see you tomorrow on 222 and 6 meters, Ken. N6 Radio Oscar K6MY.
Yeah, fine. Well, the consensus of all my operators who have been here for some time think that the 15-meter station is our best one competitively, and it proved itself again. Of course, we always have the best operators on that band, too. I did mostly 80 meters. I had 302 contacts on 80, which was double of last year. The old man had to work all night. Anyway, see you tomorrow in 6RO.
Okay. That's outstanding. What's your arrays on 15 again?
They are KLM, 6 elements, 3 of them vertically stacked.
Okay, a vertical stack of 3. 6 over 6 over 6, outstanding. Yeah, that's good. And it still got nice azimuth beam width, but lots of gain on the horizon for low angle. Wonderful.
Yeah, we get azimuth diversity because 2 of them are rotatable.
Yeah, very good. Well, I haven't done anything specific with my 15s here. These are 4 elements on 20-something foot booms, so they're not big giants. I think yours are on 36-footers. So they're pretty big antennas, but they played well. I remember that when we did those were all empirical many years ago. Dual driven, as I recall.
Yeah.
Okay. Good deal. I'm glad they're working. 7-3, we'll still look for Mr. Steve in here. N6, W6SSW, K6MYC.
Yeah, W6SSW, Bozo 793 checking in. We're taking down the Christmas decorations starting today, and we'll move on to the next season. Over.
Oh, you're just now getting to, well, I guess that's not just now. I haven't put Christmas decorations up for quite a few years because if I put them up, the only people that would see them would be us. So it's pointless at this location. I'm so isolated here that just doesn't seem to be a point. I still have them. They're in boxes up in the cupboards in the garage, but there's just no point in putting them up. For me, at least, unless you just want the spirit. It'd be good for the grandkids. I guess they'd get a kick out of it, but who knows? That seems to be something that I've passed over. But okay on that. Yeah, well, you are in a nice, close-knit community, and everybody puts them up. So you got to join in and make pretty.
Well, yeah, most of the decorations were on the inside for, when we had company and family over, but everybody around here decorates the back of their house, not the front, because that faces the waterways, and you can see more of the houses from the back because the houses are spaced farther apart than they are in the front. Houses across the street are pretty close, or houses across the water are farther away, so you get a better view and you get the reflection in the water, and people drive around in their boats and enjoy the Christmas lights and stuff. And of course there's the Christmas boat parade, and people decorate so the people in the boat parade can enjoy the decorated houses. So yeah, that's kind of the thing out here.
Yeah, except when the Delta freezes over, huh?
Yeah, I haven't done that in a while. Hasn't been cold enough.
I don't think it's ever frozen over. Anyway.
Pretty close years ago. I mean, there were a lot of engine blocks frozen in boats and stuff like that, but it hasn't been that cold in quite a while.
Yeah, boy, it was cold here today. I know a lot of places around me in the hills just above us were well under 30. And we probably hit freezing just right around that area. Anyway, good deal. And I did a little work on a cabinet in the barn here that was taken from inside the house a long time ago, and I put it on the back wall, and I store a lot of parts in it, and all of a sudden one end of it fell down. It's particle board, and the weather out here in the barn being a little damp and then hot and cold and damp and hot and cold. Finally, the particle board decided it was going to take the shape of whatever the weight was pushing on it, told it to do, over.
Yeah, it does do that, over.
Yes, it does. Damned if it doesn't. Well, anyway, one end fell off. When I put it in many years ago, I realized that I didn't have enough exposed studs coming out the inner wall of the barn to pick up the last 18 inches of the cabinet. So it was hanging there in space. It was bolted up above, but the bottom let go and it wasn't supported, and it just collapsed. Didn't have a lot of weight in it. All I had in it was painting material, painting trays and rollers and stuff. It wasn't like hardware, but just its own weight was enough to do it. Anyway, I cleaned it up today, and Frank's going to probably come over tomorrow, and maybe we can work on it a little bit, see if we can get it put back in shape, and then I can put some better shelves in it. The particle board shelves were all folding up and collapsing with the stuff I had on them. We're going to put plywood back in there, which won't do that. But anyway, that's what I did today. Boy, dark and cold in the barn. It was so cold and damp that I couldn't even get half my fluorescent lights to come on out here, over.
Oh, yeah, my garage lights do that. I just went through them all and cleaned the connections real good and put dielectric grease on them and everything and stuff, and that helped a little bit. But yeah, whenever it rained, there was enough humidity in the garage that some of the lights wouldn't come on. So yeah, I understand that's for sure. Yeah, we had a lot of nice sunshine today. It was real pretty. It was cool, but it was pretty and clear.
Well, we had about 2 hours of clear, and then it clouded over again. And mid-morning, we got socked in completely. I couldn't, standing in the backyard at the pool, I couldn't even see the barn. It was not there.
Oh, no kidding. Wow, up at your elevation. That's interesting.
I was sort of in the clouds. I don't think it was fog up here. I mean, who knows what fog and cloud is. It's all the same. But it burned off. By about 1 o'clock, we started to see some sun, and then it got real sunny for about 2 hours, but not enough to really charge up the batteries fully. I never got past about 77% before it got clouded over again. Anyway, we'll let you go. We'll see you tomorrow night on 6 meters, if nothing else. W6SSW, K6MY6.
Okay, 7-3, and thanks for swinging by. W6FSW.
7-3. Let me go up to Sacramento now. We're really getting late here. What time is it, Rob?
9:01.
Oh boy, we are late, aren't we?
Yeah, you're late.
Yeah, we are. Hi, Daryl. Go ahead, KJ6KFB. Go ahead.
Oh, very good, Mike. Finally made it to us. Well, KR6MR got froze out of the shack. So we're going to have to check in then. 7:59, I do believe. 7:56, of course, me. And KO6KD had to step out for a phone call. He's not sure if he's going to make it back, and that would be 776.
Well, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Appreciate it. I was worried about Bill. He hasn't checked in the last 2 mornings on the 40-meter and 20-meter net, so I wasn't sure if he was feeling better. Is he feeling okay, or do you know?
He's stable, not getting better, not getting worse from what I heard today. But that's all I had. Hopefully they'll pop back in, or at least they'll pop back in here in a few minutes. It was all a timing thing, and guess what? It's time for me to run. But I thought I'd sit here and hold the fort long enough to get us all checked in. Not there's any others out. That's the only 3 that I'm aware of.
I appreciate it. I'm sorry I was so late. I just been rambling tonight. I don't know why. It's cold in the barn here. I'm freezing, but I've been having fun just talking to everybody.
Well, it's 52 in my shack, and it was 47 up there at John's place, so he kind of got froze out of there.
Wouldn't blame him a bit. So we'll see you tomorrow on one band or the other here at 222. We'll look forward to hearing your smashing 5 watts. Over.
Well, yeah, we'll see if we can make the grade in these conditions. Hopefully they'll hold up. Alrighty, Mike, you have a good one, and we'll pick it up tomorrow. KJ6, KFD.
Yeah, well, you're really, really quite good tonight. You're about as strong as I've ever heard you. So consistent tonight. So good conditions of all things towards Sacramento. Thank you, Darren. Thanks for the help with the other guys there. 6MYC QRZ. Let's see if I can get to Reading here. Okay, Reading. KD6 Sugar Whiskey, if you're still there. KD6 Sugar Whiskey and KO6HS. KO6HS, KD6 Sugar Whiskey. Charlie, November 86. Over.
Yeah, KD6 shortwave, Charlie November 80, number 145.
Yeah, I knew I wasn't saying that right. Charlie November 80. I don't know where I got 86, but thanks for that. 145. Got you, Rich. How are you doing?
Too bad. Pretty darn cold up here. Of course, everybody's got cold weather. I think it's about 36 here right now, and it got all the way up to 42 this afternoon. Over.
42. I think I probably was right in that same category. It did not get very warm here. I was outside, dressed warm and working, but boy, you couldn't stand around doing nothing for very long. Over.
Oh yeah. Well, I got kind of busy raking up some leaves out there. I mean, the sunshine came all the way down to the ground. Unfortunately, it really wasn't warm enough to do anything. I still got some more burning to do out in the pasture, but I think that'll have to wait for another day. Over.
Yeah, okay. Well, I sat in the sun and came in real strong for a few minutes. And I was just tired, and I was done in the barn, and I thought, well, I'll just sit here in the sun out of the wind for just a minute. And I sat there for 5 minutes, and the sun worked for about 3 of those 5 minutes. In the last 2 minutes, I realized it wasn't warming me up anymore, so I said, screw this. I went into the fireplace. So it was cold. Anyway, great to hear you. Have you heard Jerry tonight? KO6HS, Jerry, I wonder if you're there, or K6MYC.
Roger. Making it out here tonight. KO6HS 230. How copy? Over.
Yeah, copy pretty good. Solid copy, Jerry. Good signal. As cold as it is, you wouldn't think there's any tropo. I guess we're just forcing it with high power. Over.
Roger, yeah. Actually, your signal's coming up here, coming up on a real nice peak here. It's the strongest I've heard you tonight, and so maybe the propagation is giving me a break. Usually I get on here and I'm on the downside, and I'm just about in the mud.
Well, you're going into the mud, but we're still copying 100%. You had a dandy peak in the middle there, a dandy peak in the middle. Very good, Jerry. Good to hear you. Happy New Year, by the way. If I missed you, I didn't know whether I got the chance to tell you that or not. But both you and Rich, Happy New Year, and best wishes for the new year. Hopefully it'll be good, at least up where you live. Over.
Yeah, we're hoping that too. 23 was an interesting year, but 24 we're hoping will be even better.
Yeah, okay. Hope for tomorrow. Back to you, Rich, and then we'll let you go. We're running late. I'm sorry about being so late. I got rag chewing and just was having no end of fun talking to everybody and forgot about the clock here. KD6SW, KO6HS. Charlie, November 80, K6MYC. Go ahead, sopping wet. Roger, 657. We've got you, Larry, N7WT, K6MYC. Good signal, over. N7WT, K6MYC. Good signal. Okay, let's see. Richard, are you back? I don't know why Larry can't get off. Maybe he can't make it work on sideband. It's too cold up there. KD6BQ. KD6BQ, are you there, Richard? K6MYC.
Yeah, good evening, Mike. K6MYC, KD6BQ, number 249. We're back, and it's 11 degrees outside, over.
Well, I wish it was warmer for you. We're about a little over freezing here, but not much. Very cold everywhere, so I'm sorry that you're that cold. Did you get snow up there?
Yeah, we got about 3 inches on the ground. We had some pretty good blowing snow yesterday, but sun came out bright today, and even though it didn't get very warm, it started melting the south-facing driveway and stuff. So we're in pretty good shape up here. It just got a little chilly, so it looks like it's going to be cold. I had 3 degrees this morning. I think Larry had -1, so pretty cold up here right now. K6MYC, KD6BQ.
Oh boy, that is cold, man. Oh man, that's 32 degrees colder than what we got. I think we were just about freezing today. Some of the guys got a little bit below that, but not much. So that's really cold. You're by far the coldest that we've heard. Even Redding didn't get that cold. So you can have it, but I'm glad you got the sun, at least to let you know that there's somebody out there that's still thinking of warm things, over.
Yeah, the warm helps a lot. Well, we had last week, we were down in Morro Bay all week, and it was really beautiful down there. We were New Year's Day, January 1, we were out there kayaking on the bay, so life is pretty different out there than it is over here. That coastal area is pretty nice. I was visiting Todd, WB6NUA, my old friend. He's the guy that picked the amplifier up from your house. So anyway, we had a nice visit, and we came back to the cold here. K6MYC, KD6BQ, and Delta Mexico 09er.
Yeah, where does she live again?
Well, he lives over in Shaver Lake, the guy that came down and picked up the amplifier, but he has a second house out out over in Morro Bay, over.
Oh, and it was warm enough to do kayaking in Morro Bay. Boy, you're a sucker for punishment, aren't you?
Oh, it was pretty nice, actually. It was in the high 60s and no wind, and beautiful sunshiny day, so we were paddling around out there by the rock and then up through the bay out looking at the otters and the sea lions and the birds and all that stuff. Over.
Oh, wonderful. Did you have a wetsuit?
Just had swim trunks and a t-shirt and a life jacket. That was pretty much it. Over.
Oh my God, you're really a tough bird. You wouldn't catch me anywhere near that routine. I'm glad you had fun though. It sounded like it was a really good wildlife trip. Over.
Yeah, it was fun there. We were glad. I know why he did it. Of course, he had to hurry home too because they were getting lots of snow up at Shaver Lake, and he had to get up there and clear the snow off his deck because last year they had so much snow. He has a small snow blower up on the upper deck. He's got a wooden deck around the house on the second floor level, and he said he was running the snow blower 2 to 3 times a day up there on that deck to keep the snow from collapsing it. Over.
Oh, I'll be darned. Wow. Okay, well, he paid for he paid for his good location up there with a little snow blowing. Yeah, it did snow up in the hills here at 7,000 feet, and that's about where Shaver is, or a little bit less, but still lots of snow. Let's see if Daniel's in here tonight. Daniel, are you copying KE7UQL in the group K6MYC? Oh, Daniel's probably frozen to death there. KE7UQL, K6MYC. By golly, I don't hear Daniel. That's a rarity. Anyway, back to you, Larry. Did you figure out how to turn sideband on?
410.
N7WT, did you figure out how to make sideband work, Larry? Richard, I wonder if Larry's receiver's working. He didn't respond to me when I came back to his CW, and he was S9 here. Over.
K6MYC, N7WT.
Oh, there you are. Okay. By the way, Russ, I have you stand by. N7WT, K6MYC. Now you're down, but you were very strong earlier. Over. Okay, solid copy here, Richard. Tell me still solid copy.
Roger. You're solid copy down there to Mike, Larry. So, yeah, I'm doing good up here, Mike. My noise floor is way down, so you're a good 10 dB plus over the noise here. Over.
Yeah, no, you're doing fine, too. And Larry, as normal, is up and down. He was very weak, but he was still Q5 here. He was very strong earlier at 5 and 9 on CW, and that's why I was stunned that he didn't come back on sideband when I acknowledged the signal. Anyway, I'm going to get out of here. It's very cold in the shack. I've got the heater blowing on my legs here, but I'm going to go back and look for 1 or 2 more late checks, and then we'll get out of here and get back in by the fire where it's warm. 73's, Richard. 73's to you, Larry, if you're copying now. And we'll see you tomorrow on 222 for Larry, and 6 meters for you and Larry, Richard. Over.
Now, Roger. Yep, we're 70 degrees here in the shack, and it's 11 degrees outside. But part of that complements the 8877 here. It does add a little warmth to the room there. So anyway, 73, Mike, and thanks for picking me up. It's good to be back, and we'll look for you on Monday night. K6MYC, K86BQ in Delta, Mexico, 09er.
Okay, and that would be Monday night. That would be all the way to tomorrow. Almost 24 hours from now, 23 hours from now, give or take. Hi. 7-3, Richard, take care. And we'll start with you guys right after we finish 222 at about 8:15 to 8:30. We should be up your way. Over.
Yep, that sounds real good. We'll be here.
All righty. Take care. N7WT, 7-3, Larry.
Yeah, 7-3, Mike. You're up to 5 and 5 now. Just an information why I couldn't answer you when you were calling me on CW. I had the doggone TV watching you, and I grabbed the microphone that is no longer connected to the radio, and I kept answering you, and nothing was happening. And it finally dawned on me that I was on the wrong pick a shut up. Anyway, this operator error on this end, I had my FT8 station go down, so I did a microphone switch and forgot I'd changed microphones. Anyway, 7-3 and 7WT.
Yeah, well, it's a mistake that nobody makes but you, Larry. It's a joke, of course.
Mike, you shouldn't be so hard on him.
I know. I don't think he got it. See, Larry's perfect copy for you and me, and he can't hear us.
You're 5 and 6, Mike.
Okay, you didn't get my comment about the fact that you're the only one that would make that dumb mistake about the microphone, of course, over.
Anyway, that's what happened. Was the FT8 station went down, I switched microphones and put this microphone I'm talking to now, took it off of one radio and put it on this one, and so I was keying the other microphone that used to be tied into this radio and hitting nothing out. Every time you called, I answered you, but nothing was happening. And 7WC.
Yeah, well, you got to yell real loud into that mic that you're not keying up, over.
I was, huh?
You got to yell real loud into that mic when it's not keyed up, over.
Well, that's true. I get what you're saying. I got to yell loud enough to where it'll go direct instead of through the airways, over.
Yeah. All right, take care. I can hear the streaming in the background there. I think you're watching the stream.
Yeah. Anyway, I got it muted, but it's still what it is. I don't know what the heck it is. I get too many buttons and switches to turn here, and the station's falling apart after all these years. 73 and 7WT.
7-3, Larry. We'll see you tomorrow night. Hopefully 222 will work.
I got 5 and 9. 7-3 on 220 FM.
I'm sorry, you doubled a little bit, Larry. What was that, Richard?
Oh, I was going to say the squealing was me calling Dale, KJ6IX on 220 FM, see if he was copying you. He's in there listening, but he wasn't copying you there earlier. Go ahead.
Really? I thought he got an antenna up in the air. KJ6 India X-ray K6MYC, Larry? I hear him, but he's not readable. Give me his Bozo number.
Copy 1112, over.
1112, we got it. Thank you. I couldn't quite read it. I heard part of it. Thank you, Larry. You got to do something about that station. It's not working, over.
Now there's Larry and there's Dale.
Oh, Dale. I'm sorry, Dale. Yeah, Dale, it's pretty weak for considering where the rest of the stations are as strong as they are. Larry's booming in here, and Richard's booming in here, and you're just well water weak at Q3. Readability 3, strength 0. Wish it was better. Maybe it will be as time moves on there. 73, said Dale. 73, thanks for checking in. KJ6 India X-ray, K6MYC.
It's the vertical antenna, Mike. He's on vertical.
Oh, he's still vertical. Okay, I thought he was getting a horizontal going there.
Not yet. I'm trying to get him on 432. I loaned him an antenna, so he may get on 432 here this week, I hope. N7WT.
Oh, okay. Well, good. We'll look forward to that. We shouldn't have any problem. If I can copy Richard's 5 watts on 222, I should be able to hear his power on 432. Over.
Yeah, I loaned him an RIW boom. I think it's about 15, 16 foot long. I don't know, say 14 or 15 elements or something like that. And he's got about 25 watts, so he'll be a little stronger than Richard, I think.
Oh, yeah. No, that'll be good. I'm sure we'll hear him. I look forward to it. It is KJ6 or KB6 in the X-ray?
It's Kilo Juliet 6 in the X-ray. Kilo Juliet 6.
Yeah, that's what I thought, KJ6IX. Very good, Larry. Thank you for that. Dale, 73s. We'll see you maybe Wednesday and then Thursday, of course. KJ6 India X-ray in the group, K6MYC, clear and going back to the Bay Area.
730.
Before I go back to the Bay Area, let me pick up you, Russ, if you're still there, KW6T. Go back down here. KW6T. That should be close. KW6T, K6MYC. You still there, Russ?
Oh, absolutely, Mike. Yeah, no worries. Enjoyed listening. Yeah, I've been listening on and off throughout the evening and just kind of got distracted in the other room and realized I'd almost missed the net. So good to catch you here. I'm glad you were still here.
Yeah, well, we were running late. I don't know why tonight. I've been freezing in the barn here, but I'm still having so much fun with everybody. I don't know why. I guess I'm in just a good mood, a jovial, funny, nothing worrying me mood. Who knows? I'm cold, but I got a heater on my legs, and that's sort of keeping me halfway numb from the neck both ways. Anyway, good to hear you, Russ. And we'll look forward to hearing you on the other bands, 432 particularly. I guess 1296 at this point is an iffy.
Oh yeah, for me it's just I'm just not going to do 1296 till I get a better antenna. But yeah, 432 is good though, so we'll catch you on that one. So all right, Mike. Well, hey, go warm up, and I'll catch you I guess on 432 K6MYC KW6T.
Okay, and then is there anybody else in your direction? Let's see, K6 Whiskey India Sugar or K1YQP, K6MYC. Anybody else? Not hearing anybody else. I skipped really quickly because I heard Larry calling on CW out of Nevada, and I didn't want to leave them hanging too much longer. 9 o'clock is Larry's bedtime. 7-3 Russ, we'll see you later in the week. K6MYC.
KW6T.
Okay, let's see. Rob, do you want to go get Eddie?
Okay, yep, heading down that way right now. I forgot about it. KE6PK, Eddie, you on tonight for the 2-meter Bozo Net? This is KM6SRR with K6MYC, standing by.
If you don't hear him, I'll call the Bay Area.
Okay, let me give it one more try. KE6PK, Eddie, you on tonight for the 2-meter Bozo Net? Over. Go ahead, Mike. I'm not hearing anything. KM6SRR.
Okay. Bozo Net, Bay Area. Late checks or missed. Anybody that we missed or just into the shack. K6MYC Bozo Net, pointing toward the Bay Area. Over. Okay, nothing heard here. Ken's gone quiet here. We probably bored him to death here.
No, I'm still here.
Okay. You could have jumped in any time. I thought you might jump in when Ken was telling us about his miraculous score on that, whatever they called that.
Yeah, I was listening. I heard it. I used to do a lot of that. I haven't done RTTY in a long time, though.
Yeah, pretty phenomenal score.
Yeah, a lot of work involved with that, too, though. Yeah, I'm still here, just wandering around the shop working on some things.
I figured you were. You weren't wasting your time sitting in front of the radio there. Okay. Well, I'm... Listen, not that I'm pushing, but there was... I think that you were going to look at my amplifier at the shop, and I don't know if you've ever gotten around to do that. I know you've had a pretty busy time through the Christmas season here, and I'm not questioning it. But if you find anything, I'm curious as to what the hell's making the thing go for 3 seconds and then quit.
Right, yeah, it's I've been sick and Gwen was sick, and so we haven't done much of anything. So we're released this Wednesday. I'll be getting back in service then.
What does it mean? Well, you don't have COVID, do you?
No, but it's RSV.
Oh, you did get the RSV?
Yeah, apparently. I wasn't tested. She was, but she got it from me, so. Trace it backwards.
I'll be darned. Okay, well, I'm sorry to hear you had that. I thought it was just a cold, but no, RSV is a little more serious, I guess. I don't know you. That's too bad. Anyway, I'm glad you're on the recovery trail there. And no worries on it. Just if you get in there this week, fine. If not, next week. But I'm just curious as to what the hell was going on. Something on the control board, probably.
Yeah, right. We just need to simplify it so, not everything has to be working all the time on the thing.
Yeah, on the long term, I've got a control board issue with this 432 amp that I built a long time ago, or that we put together. It works at 100 watts for a while, then it warms up, and then it works at 150 watts, and then eventually you can get up to 500 out. I'd like to have that thing fixed, and if nothing else, simplified. We don't need JT and all the other functions. Maybe if we can just make it simply do keying and be done with it, that would be fine with me. So you might be thinking about it while you're poking around in the other control board there on the 2-meter one. It's the same control board, I think. But I'd like to get this damn thing. It's something that's heat sensitive on this control board.
Right, I'm remembering it. But just when I get this one done, I'll get that one in there then. Okay, very good.
That's something just to keep in mind, and if you might run across something that would, and then of course look at the circuit from the standpoint of simplification. We can just mute some of the other services or other functions that it has if we can. It may be too hard to do that. But anyway, it would be, I'd like to be able to just put it in service, because it's 500 watts in the shack here is a lot better than 70.
Right, yeah, I understand. All right. That's on my list of things then. WA60IB.
All righty. That and the 2 FT100s, and you'll have it.
Yeah, well, they're right there on the bench. I'm finding worm my way around all the other crap around it, so they're coming up real quick.
I guess you found the transistors for them, didn't you?
Yes, I've got the parts. I just got to get them all put in and cleaned up and running.
Yeah, okay. Well, I've almost promised a couple of those to some people, so as soon as they get going, maybe they'll work their way into the hands of people that need them.
Yeah, right. I understand that. Larry was one of them, I thought.
Well, I don't know if Larry is ever going to... Larry, he's pretty... That wallet has got moths in it, doesn't it?
Well, sometimes, yeah. Speaking of that, he's been quite sick lately, too. Don't know what he got, but we've been staying away from the shop because he's been there working when coughing and hacking away.
Oh, great. Okay. I hope I can get through this season without getting anything. I'm doing so good so far. And I feel good. I don't have any issues. And I was working in the barn for 4 or 5 hours today. Didn't get cold. If I don't get cold, I usually don't get sick. That's why I'm sitting in the barn with my feet chucked up against this heater. And that usually is enough. Upstairs-wise, I'm warm. But my legs get cold in this shack. Anyway, I'm done.